looking at Leonardo Abruzzo's performance so far, up to 26, and Ikegami has also gone down by the looks of it. Yeah, that's the number 74, has also crashed out of this race. Just looking at Abruzzo, up to 26, so perhaps not the progress we would have expected on that first lap.
Yeah, not the progress we wanted at all, but hopefully, well, red flag now does come out to the right and put up their hat. This is going to be the first stoppage of the day. So red flag to bring a halt to proceedings here. Let's see Ikegami there go down. Of course, safety car already out circuit. But yeah, the riders now will pull back into pit lane, where then they'll have to recompose themselves before then go out and try and get hopefully they'll restart. Obviously, we'll see exactly what happened. But here is a replay. This was the previous lap, obviously. The open lap action just out on the curbs as well. It's the exact same sort of issue for Ikegami. So, yeah, out on the curbs and then got caught out. The bike just slithered out underneath him and down he went. Obviously, looks like 45 is crashed out as well. So, a couple of incidents anyway on this open restart. So, one crash here from Ikegami and the 45 will going down to MotoJunior. So, a massive shame from the APR team. Quite the right well, dropped down the order. One of them, of course, Ian Belford, who said that, well, he's getting a little connected, so tends to get mixed up in some drama in the open lap, but somehow he kept it on two wheels.
Yeah, Belford, it seemed he did keep it on two wheels. That's why in 19 and the running off the red flag. Just look, it looks like MerliMollyMeki crashed out at turn 5. There was yellow flag there as well, and you saw Ikegami go down at turn 12.
Yeah, well, new race to be restarted, and the key word there is new. Obviously, 3 laps not completed, but the dead one will take their original qualifying places, so the original red start for them, which I guess for the top 3, it's not too much of a difference, because there wasn't too many moves made between them. Nonetheless, Danny still has to go from pole yet again.
Danny, yeah, will go from pole once again. Obviously, for Abruzzo, it gives him another chance to make up some progress. Obviously, we wait to see what the new race business will be from both directions as well, so maybe that will have an impact. We see the number 45 there, potentially looking to really try back, or maybe it's been recovered. Obviously, we need to get back to the next 5 minutes on the red flag. And we can see on the digital screen, it's starting to take, it did take 10 laps to go.
10 laps for this restart, looking like anyway for the riders. Obviously, that's reducing the race by 4 laps or so, but by the time you calculate adding in the extra 1 lap, that will probably have certainly being get the bikes back onto the grid. There's still extra fuel. Now, tennis screens have just updated, so it will be 10 laps, and obviously original grid position after that. And well, for the likes of the Belford, who we see dropped down the timing order about the same time as Ikegami's crash, actually. He's now going to get another opportunity to go for P10, as well as any other rider who's had a difficult opening lap. They now get a second shot at it, so it's a real gift to them.
As you say, it's a second chance to hopefully not make or not lose places as they did in that opening lap and the few corners. As I say, Belford dropped down and saw to P19 on the time, just as Ikegami crashed. So, yeah, obviously a bit confusing there, but Belford will be hoping to avoid the repeat of the way he dropped down the order.
Yeah, well, it will be a quick start procedure once we get underway, so it's not going to be like we've seen at the start of this race where we have plenty of mechanics, umbrellas, generators, whatnot on the grid to get the bike ready. Just in the case of the pull off into the position, once everyone's there, then we can go out and get some racing on the way. So this was race 1 of the Regional World Championship. Obviously 50 points up for grabs on Sunday. Well, this is a real interesting situation for them, because now it is going to be a 10-lap race, which is the scheduled distance for race 2. So it's a real good chance for them to gather some data.
It is a good chance to gather some data, as you say, for race 2, which will be over a 10-lap distance, just due to the excessive heat that is forecast here at Jerez. Just to note that the pit lane will open at 11:13 local time, so in around 5-6 minutes time, and then we'll see drivers leave the pits. They have a minute to get their lane check, and then they'll take out to the race.
Now look, have a look clean up the operation as well, have a look at the original race start, exactly how things happen. So you can see Zanny there on pole position, Ford as well. A good start from top 2 secondly. Carroll's camera got back through at that opening corner, but made the way towards turn 1. Zanny already had a nice little lead for himself forward, almost getting overtaken by Buglese, but you can see the riders further back, just getting bunched up ever so slightly. A few riders getting sat up, both the CIP green power bikes as well there on the long and Nancy another bike as well, but yeah, a good start. And actually, number 17 of Buglese, they had a big, Carpuchin, I should say. Carpuchin having a massive wheelie off the line there. So doing a good job anyway, not to get swallowed up by the pack, but also just getting by him. Also did manage to pick up a couple of positions before he even arrived in turn 2.
But obviously, as you say, making up a few positions before turn 1 and 2, we'll obviously have to do it again starting from P8. Carpuchin, I say, a lot of wheelie off the line, so something he will now be aware of and be able to not work on as such, but be prepared for it for the restart of the race.
Yeah, whenever it's just a case of too excited of releasing the clutch. Right leg over the back brake. Now there's confirmation of pit lane open time. Quick start procedure. The new race distance, currently as you mentioned, the original red as well. So we are continuing on for race 1 on the weekend. Also, as we mentioned, plenty of penalties going into this race as well. Now, Filter Robiak was one of those was the second team time in the back of the grid, and was Balon, not JEREZ and Abruzzo. Now, Abruzzo was handed the back of the grid and long lap penalty, while Balon and MerliMollyMeki was handed back of the grid for qualifying 1 sector. So, Saturday proven to be a little bit difficult for some, particularly in the race. No sort of engine forcing the segment because they're all going to be going 100% all the time.
Exactly, they will be going 100% as you mentioned. Just remember with Abruzzo, obviously he now has with the long lap still to take and a 10 lap race. It's going to be even harder for him to come back. He generally lose 2 to 3 seconds in the long lap loop. In that turn 13, the final corner, but it's extra time that you'll have to make up across a shorter race distance.
Yeah, it's extra time to make up. One thing you will have to be careful as well is the full shot of that long lap. Heading on to the start finish straight on that recon. Have a little look before you actually head up the circuit to make sure there's not going to be anyone in your road and you're not going to get any road as well.
Exactly. It's the onus of the rider taking the long lap to rejoin the road, to rejoin the track safely.
Yeah, exactly. Just trying to keep things for them. Now we're having a little look over the Momoven racing box. As you mentioned, Zanny does start from pole position on this one. Plenty of people to find. Have a little chat at the moment. All is good. Also, well, P11. So the Momoven squad, they have got plenty of presence. I think it's fair to say this panic. Typical one where you've got for two. Plans to watch on trackside here today. Hopefully they have something on because well, it's going to be very, very hot, obviously. In the afternoon, we'll be through the schedule and have it. But until then, we can look forward to the sun. The 2-minute board is now up in the air, so the riders can, well, begin to get ready. They can begin to get their focus on the final chance before the restart. Well, getting underway now. They'll have the final couple of corners even. Then they'll put their gloves and helmets if they haven't already got them on and head back out on track. We don't expect this restart to take long at all. Not to forget as well, just 10 laps in the distance. It was originally scheduled to be 15 at that, but on lap 2. And we'll look to be turn 5 on the down. So, well, the AGR team, we have a lot of work to do for this afternoon. Hopefully, Oduwara puts smiles on their faces as well. The 1-minute board now up in the air, and those are the few starters who's pretty spicy, you have to say. The real question is, what is...
Kenapa banyak moderator yang gue gak kenal ya di YouTube?
Not able to make a move in the opening 2 laps, and it looks like Zanny...
Sekarang ya? Kayak gue baru tahu nama.
Yeah, Zanny looked to be building up a gap over the first lap and a couple of corners of racing that we had. It's going to be good for the board and Hanno to get a good start when the lights go out and immediately put the pressure on Zanny to see if they can get it.
Well, signed all bikes now return to the Circuito de Jerez and the Eto circuit, and now, well, we're all already to hopefully get restarted. The green light is now on pit lane. They're not going to have too long to get out of pit lane before it shuts, obviously. So pretty much all the teams ready to get out first and just make sure they're there for the restart.
Yeah, exactly. You get 1 minute to leave pit lane in a quick start or quick restart procedure. So that's what we have here. So that's why everyone has left the pit almost immediately. Come round to the grid, you'll get a quick check on the bike with one mechanic who's allowed on the grid, and then you'll get the warm-up lap, and then that's it, you go racing again.
Yeah, exactly. One quick exciting lap for the time being. It brings riders to the grid. To the well as flags now. Very, very common motorcycle race. Not just like World Championship as well. But heading through turn 2 to the back of the field. They're on their exciting lap. This is the whole new chance for them. It's not just a case of getting themselves up to speed. It's a case of getting yourself back into the racing mindset, especially at momentum a few minutes down in the pit lane.
Yeah, it's all about mindset. Relax a bit, have a quick move today. Obviously, it wasn't a long stoppage, it wasn't a long thing. They'll have a chat with them, just see what they do when the race gets underway.
Yeah, not too far now. Not to get all the mechanics just waiting in the spot so the riders know exactly where they're going to go. Then we give them a quick chat, a quick handshake, and then it's all for the race. The new race distance has been set 10 laps well. Quickly racing it through. They're just heading through turn 12 at the moment. Super corner wrapped before then hopefully we can get the warm-up lap out of the way and get the racing finally back here for it.
Yeah, so just a couple of corners to go on this site now, and as we said earlier, we'll approach the grid, one mechanic, we'll just check everything's okay with the bike. You see another truck rider just looking to practice the long lap we've just taken out, just to see how it goes, just in case it's good to know, good information we have. One mechanic just to check the bike, then the warm-up lap will start.
Yeah, of course, that was Leonardo Abruzzo who has that back in the grip, plus the long lap to serve. So it's another opportunity for him to get a little trial run in, if you will, and make sure all is good at that. Obviously, not use too much into long lap. A couple of riders will practice it during the practice sessions and the free practices as well on Friday. Nonetheless, there's certainly less rubber out there and less grip.
Always less rubber out there, just because obviously it's not used as much as the normal race track. No rider obviously like to go through the long lap loop. So good to practice and good just to get a bit of rubber on the track there as well.
Ready to go with whistle sounding, telling everyone to leave the grid. So I've already being prepared to head out on this warm-up lap. And let's have a little run through the first couple of rows, because it is going to be Leonardo Zani going ahead of Travis Borden. Carlos Cano is starting from the front row yet again. P4 will be the championship leader for Ramadeepa and Singapore, both from row 2. The Hosa, Ness and the regular in the top 10. Wong starting at P11 and Costa going from P12 as well. A few riders were a bit slow on this one platform, so hopefully no issues, and hopefully it's just a case of wanting to be there on the grid last. You've got too long waiting about, but one of the AC racing riders there just taking their time.
Yeah, just taking their time. As you say, it could be a strategic decision to be last on the grid, keep a bit more heat inside for when the lights go out. They will obviously need to start pushing now because they'll need to get into those times, but normally something like that would be a strategic decision.
Gonzalez, of course. You can see Bahosa already in that front group, all ready to go for himself. But as you can see, air temperature already 33 degrees Celsius, while track temperature 44 degrees as well. Just 2 miles per hour wind speed. So not much wind with up her end. That has been the story of the weekend, certainly during the day when we've been on track. The wind hasn't been there to cool the riders down at all. So yeah, the riders have been pretty hot, pretty sweaty, and pretty drained at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's been so hot here at Jerez from when they arrived on took to the track on Friday. Just consistently very, very hot. We're slightly getting used to it now, you would think, given the number of laps they would have put in, but still a very physically demanding weekend.
7-point hold on the championship is completed. That's how it stands going into round 3 of the season. Championship. We're still in the early stages of 2026. The championship position is so crucial.
It is crucial, even in the early stages. If you're leading, you want to just keep edging out that gap, keep building a lead over your rivals. If you're chasing, you want to keep closing it. It sounds obvious, but you don't want to let your rivals get too far ahead.
It's not, it's a point in the season where you do not want to be making silly mistakes. And well, not forget, Alex Zani not afford to go down the road here today.
No, absolutely not. Just need to pick up results. If you can't win, finish second. That's the golden rule of motorsport.
Well, he's looking fired up. He's looking ready to race. The restart of race 1 is nearly underway for the Moto3 Junior World Championship. The green flag does wave at the back, even the red lights will go on in a few moments' time. And then we can return to racing yet again. Reds do rise, and away we do go. Borg, a solid start. The front wheel trying to pop up for it, but it looks like Zani once again is going to have the lead on the run to turn 1. Singapore as well, a solid start for himself, trying to launch a move down the inside turn 1. Yes, he does. Jumped up for it. Ramadika as well, just behind that. Those pair further back. Pugliese, meanwhile, already fighting his way inside the top 3. Not quite that time around over at turn 2, because Borg still remains in his way. This time around, though, it's Bahosa who's lost a couple of possessions, it looks like, at the start, as Zani leads the way already built a fight on the gap.
And it's exactly what we saw earlier. Zani looking to build a gap in the early stages of the race over Cano and Bull. Pugliese did look to attack the number 23 at turn 1, but was unable to do so.
Yeah, unable to do so this time around. Yellow flags out at turn 4 for the time being. So one there for Bull. That one is okay. Nonetheless, though, we do head down into heavy braking zone over at turn 6. Back on the power through turn 7 now. Flick it over to the left. And then obviously turn 8. A whole lot of left-handers coming up in a few moments' time. And then back over to the right for turn 9. You can set up a move from turn 8 to turn 9. And that looks like what Borg is trying to do for the time being. But he's a little bit too far back.
Yeah, a little too far back. Just to note, the yellow flags that were out at turn 4 were for Batola and Bellon, who crashed, but it's come up on our time screen that riders are okay.
Yes, and the Eagle 1 team rider and the CIP rider out of running on the opening lap on this restart, but they are okay at the other side of the circuit, because that means racing can continue as well into Jorge Lorenzo corner. We do go now. Zani holds firm. The 85 Singapore looks up the inside, but no room at the end so far. Well, the marshals doing their job, but circuit making sure that everyone is okay. There's confirmation of Bertola crashed out, as well as Enzo Valon. Getting helped to Louis as well. Debris as well, the gravel trap as well. That one will clean up later on. But 9 laps in this race, short and snappy, yellow flag, of course, still out in this open section.
Yeah, yellow flags out in the open section, so no overtaking here. Borg still keeping the pressure on Cano as we see the long lap for Abruzzo, so he'll have 3 laps to take that from this moment. But yeah, Borg still putting the pressure on Cano heading into turn 5. Could be a crucial moment for the number 23 to make a move.
Yeah, crucial time to make a move for sure. As well, Ramadika trying to make some moves as well. Everyone's staying pretty single file for the time being. Obviously, Simpson can be so crucial over here at the back straight. Currently, Cano, no way to make a move so far. In fact, he's under pressure from Travis Borg and anything else. Borg as well trying to make up a few positions. Now gets himself right behind the Hoser for the time being, as Singapore sits ahead of number 69.
Singapore bringing a great performance so far to run in P7. The gap at the front between Zani and Cano across the last set point with 0.065. But as you see, Borg is all over the back of the number 71 once again, and there's a move there coming from, I think that is Bahosa, moving ahead of Singapore into P6.
Yes, so Bahosa getting that move made nice and clean for himself, and that's what we've spoken about just 1 lap ago. Going from line to turn 8 to turn 9, you don't want to go too wide over here. We already see what happened on the first run of things. Nonetheless, though, into Jorge Lorenzo corner we go yet again. Clock trying to make a move and unable to make it work, because that got very tight between himself and Singapore.
It's very easy to get that move slightly wrong at turn 13. Just got the message that there were no jump starts in that restarted restart, so that's good for everyone on the grid. Zani just eking out a gap now, over 2 turns clear at the timing line at the start of this lap.
Yeah, so fastest lap changing hands throughout the order. David Gonzalez setting the fastest lap at the finish of things. A 1:45.762 for the rider in P9. He's got a little bit of work to do though if he wants to get himself involved in this fight for the podium places. And the likes of Carlos Cano, he's keeping the likes of Zanny honest, but Zanny's still got a comfortable margin with not having to defend.
We just see Remy Salmon fight being taken away. He came down at turn 12 on that previous lap, so we obviously hope he is okay.
Yeah, let's hope he's okay, as there is a change for the lead, and that is Carlos Cano hitting the front of things. The CF Moto Asper rider leads the way for the first time this weekend. Zanny Demosi to second, and now Travis Bourne. Is it going to be the Moto rider's time to strike?
He will be hoping he can take advantage of that. It's whether Cano now can fill out a gap like Zanny was trying to do both in the first couple of laps of this race and the opening lap of the restarted race. The ball is under pressure from Bukalisi, who moves up the inside into a provisional podium spot.
Great move for the time being. For your championship leader, let's keep in mind, up to P3 for the Italian, and up he goes past Travis Bourne. Meanwhile, Leonardo Zanni, right on the back of Carlos Cano. You have to say a move is going to arrive. It's not going to take Zanni long at all to move up the inside of the corner. It's not. Meanwhile, Bahosa does. So Bahosa now on the inside of Bourne. So Travis Bourne, he bullied on this last lap.
Bourne was bullied a little bit on that lap. He's gone from a provisional podium spot down to P6 for the number 23. Still 7 laps for him to be able to recover and secure a podium. It did look like the move, and he goes out on the inside of Bahosa there. He looked like he was a bit wide. So, Bourne up into P5 now, and Bahosa having to defend into turn 2. That was tight.
David Gonzalez setting the fastest lap yet again, 2 laps in a row, and now up to P8 past Singapore, who's now got the 8th number position. We've just got confirmation as well that the 25 has taken the long lap penalty. So huge job there from Abruzzo, as there's confirmation on the fastest lap, so about half a tenth quicker than what he did previously. So David Gonzalez did a solid job at the moment for number 11, and now looks to be lining up a move on clock. Can he make it work as we head into turn 6 for the time being? And well, there's another move. Travis Bourne down the inside, up into P4 for himself. And now in a CF Moto Asper sandwich.
He is in that CF Moto sandwich, as you said. Gonzalo just building into this race. It seems he's all over the bank of fight right now. Will we need to start making moves quickly as Zanni leads from Cano, but nothing to separate the top 7 or so in this group.
Let's not forget as well, I mean, this is a track that all the riders have got thousands of miles on. It's a track they all know very, very well. So trying to outbreak some of that terrain is a whole new challenge.
It is, as you say, everyone in this class, in any class, knows this track so well. It's a good testing venue. Lots of champions will come here. So everyone knows the circuit as we head into turn 13. Is Carlos Cano going to make the move? No. Travis Bourne has a look, doesn't make it, and stays in P4.
The 2 ECh Race team riders as well, they're getting bunched up further down the order too. And Gonzalez now gets head on clock finally. So P7 for the time being. P6 is Bahosa, but for how long? As there is a move yet again for Pugliese. It's down up the inside for himself. Yellow flags out to turn 13 behind 2. As Zanni takes his run at the head of the race. Bourne very, very close contact over at turn 2 there. Turn 2 can be a real pinch point for some of the riders.
It can be. It looks like, based on the timing, it was Mousy who came down, and potentially Abruzzo looked. Abruzzo joined with a smaller gap to the point-paying position, but he's now in 28 and last of the runners. We just see a replay here. Yeah, Mousy and Abruzzo both coming down at turn 20. Couldn't quite make out what actually happened, but Mousy frustrated with the Italian there.
Yeah, judging by Lance's reaction, would suggest all his fault. As we do continue on with things at the front of the race. Zanni at the moment, last time in the line, held an 89 thousandths of a second advantage. So absolutely nothing at all. And let's not forget as well, Carlos Cano searching for that win in the class. And if he was to get his first win, we have to wonder what that would unlock for the rest of the season.
It would, yeah. Sometimes you just get that first win and then they keep on flowing. Well, just having a look at Bahosa there, doesn't make a move. It does have Zanni at the moment has pulled out a couple of bike lanes over Cano. There's 2 tanks here, but we know how vital the slipstream is, particularly through this part of the circuit as the speed builds up.
Yeah, the speed continuing to wind up all the way towards turn 13 so far. This group has stayed nice and locked, so we're not too many moves, not tripping each other up to a great extent. So solid jump from them, Bahosa wide though, and that's going to allow Travis Bourne through. So Travis Bourne making the move at the final corner. A solid jump up inside the top 5 yet again.
both making the move that he needed to if he wants to fight for this podium. We're halfway through this race now. Pugliese on the move as well ahead of Carpucci at turn 1 into a provisional podium spot. Maybe lost a couple of bike legs to his teammate, but Carpucci comes back through as well.
Yeah, Carpucci did a solid job so far, fighting to the way of his teammate. Obviously, he had to go further back on the grid, make up some possessions, but now he's right in there, right in the dogfight with his teammate Pugliese, and Pugliese not scared to get his elbows out. Now through the very, very fast turn 5, Cito Pong's corner, and with Pugliese, a solid job there from him. A couple of riders knocking on the order as well. Yellow finds out at turn 2, 4. Then hopefully also paid further back to the field. Nonetheless, so into turn 6 we do go. Travis Barr looking up the inside, trying to get both of them. No, he cannot. He does manage to get Pugliese for the time being though. So that's another possession made for him. And now up into P4 for Travis Barr.
The rider who crashed out at turn 2 was Gabarini. Hopefully he is okay. We see someone on the gravel there. I think that was Singapore, perhaps just a bit wide through the corner and onto gravel, losing plenty of time, position and momentum.
There we go, yes, another move as well for Bahosa. But Singapore, a massive moment there through the gravel. Somehow he kept it on two wheels, and now slots just in behind Ramadipo. Let's not forget those pairs really quick over at Estoril. Now here at Jerez, maybe not the position we would want to be fighting in, just outside the last places of the top 10 for the time being. Singapore in P11. As Gonzalez takes down the inside of Pugliese, pushes your championship leader back yet another place, and this could be a big shift in the championship race.
It really could. A great move from Gonzalez. It looked like he was going to try and get Bahosa at the same time, but thought better of an aggressive move on his teammate. Pugliese fights back on the number 11 at turn 1, so continually swapping position, and it is Pugliese who now releases Gonzalez, but not for long as Gonzalez once again dives up the inside, and Pugliese is finding himself being a bit bullied on this lap.
Ogiwara as well, also getting involved in that fight, so a solid move there over at turn 2. Got nice and spicy for us up here in the commentary box. Nonetheless, the battle at the front does continue. Travis Barr continuing to look for a way through over at turn 5. Unable to make it work so far. Is anyone going to be able to keep the slipstream going towards turn 6 for the time being? Now they get bunched up side by side. Go the 2C and Moto after right is slotted behind. And now Travis Barr attacks once again. Into the podium places he goes to number 23, making up further ground.
23 making up further ground. I can get the words out of my mouth. Danny again, a couple of attempts there of Cano on this lap. It looks like he's just got enough on the defense when Cano gets the best of the situation down the back straight after turns 10 into 11, 12, 13. Just enough to be able to keep position as competition and Paul once again is wrapping out.
Yeah, pushing now, all the way back down yet another position. So P4 yet to get for himself. Daniel Gonzalez now we're having a look back at because he's set ahead of Pugliese for the time being. So they set P6 and P7, and already there's a gap forming between these two groups. If they're not careful, the top 5 riders could sprint away with things.
It looks like that's exactly what they want to happen as well. It does look like it doesn't have the pace to go to the top 5 or 6. We know Gonzalez can set fastest out in this race, but before he has to go, he's got a fairly big gap. It's around 4 seconds, not a huge gap, just really before he then has to pass him.
Into turn 2 we go yet again. Zane still remains ahead of the race, about 10th and a half he held last time around over the line, and well that of course means over Carlos can pretty much how it's been most of the race. This battle for 3rd place, however, has been chopping and changing at every opportunity. Is it going to change again over at turn 5? Gordon will kind of resolute, thinks better of that, decides to win all the way to turn 6 through the man. Further back down the order though, Ogiwara is still taking his fight inside. This is 3rd group is in our picture. They're having a good old scrap as well. So always lovely to see top 10 change sessions. Was going to ride from Carpucci, but not quite. Number 37 though does go down to the man safe for them. Nicholas, the Australian of course, walking away outside the circuit.
Yeah, change for Nicholas after the race so far. It's good to see him moving away from straight away.
Yeah, off the speed straight away. I think he's using that front straight than anything else. By using balls as well, so another retirement in pit lane 2. 3 laps remain though, and this is your lead through. Zani from Kano, from Car pushing for the time being. It's going to stay that way, I believe, turn 13 this time around. Ford up the inside. He looks to claim P3 back into the podium position. It's the Honda ride. That was very, very close. But still, Ford got the job done. Is it going to be a return of favour in turn 1? Ford car pushing, you'd imagine so. The 17 looks up the inside yet again and returns the favour straight away. Now towards turn 2, and yet another overtaking opportunity. JEREZ is full on them, and Ford trying to prove that he slots it behind the P4.
He does what he start behind what this car is allowing Zani and Kano to do is just start building the gap. Zani was 3 tenths clear of Ford in the last segment, and that's exactly the don't allow that to close slightly first. Particularly down this one, and 5 and 6 will allow the gap to close that again.
Now those select a replay of that move. Again, well, then you say was car completely just ahead of them. Maybe I'll make the rear end just trying to skip up into the air. Tell through the corner. Car pushing did it from white and Herman. And now back towards the live action and head for turn 7. Back towards turn 8 and 9.
And once again, it looks like Zani has just beat out the gap over Kano and car pushing for now. Again, considering half the turns can be at 12 crucial. As Bahosa makes a move on board to Ford going down into P5. Bahosa up to P4 and will be moving to challenge those podium places across the last 2 laps.
Yeah, Ford is truly changing position inside the top 5. Third and fifth in the space of about half a lap every single lap. But nonetheless, I'm sure Ford's enjoying it during the race. He's on the pole and going out of it. Bahosa trying his luck. Around the outside, he did run like that, and now Ford taking advantage. A great move there from number 23. Back up in P4 for himself. It's Bahosa going to return the favourite turn 1. We've seen his last time around with car pushing the board, and we head on to the final lap of running. The 69 down the inside, and now Ford all the way back down. Podium places on top 3 have managed to build a gap. It's Travis Ford was on the inside yet again.
Yeah, as I said earlier, this morning just allowing the riders to try to build up a gap. They've got 2 tenths to hand over Ford. Again, the 16 will allow that to close, but it might not be enough. Ford might have to settle for him, or P5 rather, but he might be able to overtake Bahosa from P5, but it looks like the podium track now at 23 is out of 20. At this point, it's still good game.
Yeah, the front will start for him. The Canada podium is way flying down towards turn 6. We go yet again. Carpusian looking up the inside on his teammate. Obviously, Carlos Leonardo goes down. Zani crashes out. Leonardo Zani crashes out in the last lap of race 1. He's led pretty much the entire race. And on the final lap, a little slip up at turn 6. And throwing away a massive amount of championship points.
We said at the start of the programme that you can't afford maybe to lose points even at this early stage of the season. That, of course, puts Carlos Cano at the head of the field, heading into the final sector on the final lap, ahead of teammate Jaroslav Carpusian.
Who's going to come out on top? Carlos Cano now leading the field through the final sector. Carpusian, though, a move could arrive at turn 30. The final corner, the 2 teammates, or Bahosa making the move for P2. Heavy on the brakes we go yet again. Carlos Cano does still lead. Does he run wide? No, it's not. Crash further back down the order. The AC Racing riders down. David Gonzalez. What a race it was from him as Carlos Cano does take victory from his teammate Jaroslav Carpusian as Bahosa crosses the line in 3rd. Last lap drama. How do you like that?
That last lap had everything you could have wanted in race 1 here. Bahosa frustrated there by the looks of it as Cano celebrates his first win in the class. Carpusian on the podium, not before 6 separated the 2 CF Race and Asphalt riders and across the line.
Yeah, nothing separating them at all. Carlos Cano's winning margin sits around 36th of a second, and then Leonardo Zani just right there.
mette. Nel frattempo vedo un po' di movimento qua sotto, c'è Alvaro Bautista.
Davide Tardo.
E sono qua con Pecco Bagnaia, se ha... Allora facci divertire i campioni
Ended up in the gravel, so I'm sure Nicolo, who's starting on pole here this afternoon, will be looking to get away from the field and stay away from the field, quite literally, but I can't wait to see what Mark's going to do coming through from 12. But he's not making a secret of the fact that he is quite tired at the moment. There's been a lot of events going on here in searing heat and humidity. Literally thousands of people posting for selfies and autographs from Mark and with Mark. Also nice to hear from the two junior members of the Pirro family, wasn't it? Georgia and Ginevra, the two daughters of Michele Pirro, who's celebrating his 40th birthday today. But he will be undergoing surgery on that collarbone of his that he broke here in practice on Thursday. So surgery early next week for Michele Pirro, the multiple Italian Superbike champion. 6 times Pirro's won the Italian title on a national level. Once that's on a Superbike, once on a Super Sport bike, and twice on a Super Stock bike. What a man he is. The man with the miles underneath him, of course, who is always the first to test the new Superbikes when they come out. And of course, MotoGP test rider as well. And we have indeed had Pirro already doing a bit of that development in MotoGP when he raced in Thailand in the season opener and again at Mugello at the Italian Grand Prix.
Bravo, esatto. E adesso rischio di impallare anche, no, mi dicono di no, non si può, non possiamo? No, dice stop, finito, niente intervista. No, sai cos'è la cosa incredibile? Cioè, questo secondo me va raccontato. Io sono entrato in pista, forse mi avrai visto, con Marc Marquez, ero alle sue spalle e c'era gente magari con i pezzi di moto, con le magliette, e intanto li autografava mentre saliva sulla sua moto. Ecco, questo per dirti comunque il gran signore che è Marc, fino a che non indossa il casco, una disponibilità, ma non lo so, ti viene da dire unica.
Yes, as Max was saying there, and I was just touching on myself, Mark's literally just been signing crash helmets and all sorts of things for people, literally, as he came across the pit lane there to the grid, the access here at World
Arrivo di corsa, perché in questo momento io sono dalla parte opposta della pista, sto uscendo, sono quasi all'ultima curva, quindi ho un po' di strada. Lascerei a voi insomma le ultime parole prima che i piloti accendano le moto, e così mi lasci il tempo, che ormai sono anziano, altro che 40 anni di Pirro, devo arrivare lì.
Marco Rigamonte down there with Marc Marquez, his crew chief, of course, and we've seen some great success for those two, as he did previously, of course, with Santi Hernandez. But here's the grid. Buliga on the pole, Aruba Superbike riders dominating the championship. Joe 11's Lorenzo Baldassarri and Barney Clark's Gary Montella. Then it's Alberto Surra with the Moto4 livery. He's been incredible in World Superbikes in his first season. From Franco Morbidelli and Pecco Bagnaia. Tommy de Gian Antonio, BR46. Tommy Bridewell, the new Advocates team in World Superbikes, with Lee Curry, the team owner from Australia here at Misano. Pirro 9th and Shireen Bautista and Mark BR5. Of course, with Marco Rigamonte down there with Marc Marquez, his crew chief, of course, and we've seen some great success for those two, as he did previously, of course, with Santi Hernandez. But here's the grid. Buliga on the pole, Aruba Superbike riders dominating the championship. Joe 11's Lorenzo Baldassarri and Barney Clark's Gary Montella. Then it's Alberto Surra with the Moto4 livery. He's been incredible in World Superbikes in his first season. From Franco Morbidelli and Pecco Bagnaia. Tommy de Gian Antonio, BR46. Tommy Bridewell, the new Advocates team in World Superbikes, with Lee Curry, the team owner from Australia here at Misano. Pirro 9th and Shireen Bautista and Marquez. And then it's Tara McKenzie with the Optical Express MGM Bonovo livery. Spot Taron, the Scots, former British Superbike champion, who actually finished very well here in the recent Superbike race just a few weeks ago in 5th position, one of 2 top 5 for Taron so far this season. He's starting 13th in this one from the German series champion Lucas Tunevich. PJ Jacobson has come across from Moto America and almost won at the ridge, didn't he, last time before that unfortunate incident. And at the back of the grid, all on his own, sadly, Josh Waters down on row 6, five-time Australian Superbike champion, who we also know well, of course, over in Britain. Josh used to race in the British Superbike Championship for the various teams over there. He's got the various manufacturers, obviously including Ducati. We get ready to go on this warm-up lap. We'll have a 10-lap race ahead of us. We're just a few seconds away now from the start of the warm-up lap as we approach 12:40 local time on a searing afternoon here at Misano. Everybody on identical bikes, the Panigale V4 Tricolore. And just savour this moment because it's not often that we get to see so many greats from MotoGP World Superbikes and National Championships together. Also looking forward to seeing Kayla Yakov, the 18-year-old American female rider who's been doing amazing things with a pole position in Moto America Supersport and of course that historic podium at Daytona in the 200 earlier on this season. Kayla, mentored and managed by PJ Jacobson, will be on a MotoGP bike here tomorrow at Misano, so watch out for that on social media as this warm-up lap now gets underway. There's the Lambo at the back of the field. Of course, Ducati technically owned by Lamborghini. Officially, Volkswagen owns Audi, which owns Lamborghini, which owns Ducati. And what a partnership it has been since Audi got involved from 2012 onwards. Down on the warm-up lap now to the La Quercia corner, the open tree itself planted on the inside. There it is in the background. And now we're up to Tramonto, the sunset corner, and there was a spectacular sunset actually as I was looking out of the media centre window up towards Tramonto last night. Quite windy out there, you can hear the wind on some of the microphones from around the track, so they'll be watching out for that. There's a confirmation of the 49-degree track temperature we have here, 32 air, humidity 38%. So, just to remind you of the starting order, it will be Buliga on the pole on a 1:34.3 lap time. Just to give you an idea, that's about 3 seconds off the Superbike pole position, but that was on qualifying tyres, it must be said, earlier this year. So when you consider the fact that they're not using qualifying tyres here, and these are essentially road bikes, that is absolutely unbelievable. Baldassarri on the yellow bike will be alongside this man Buliga, and then it's Montella, Surra, Morbidelli, Bagnaia is row 2. Gian Antonio is 7th, who was delighted to have a photo on the stage last night with 3-time World Superbike champion Troy Bayliss. And watch out for Marc Marquez in 12th place, number 93. Here we go then. Who's going to be champion of the champions for 2026? Lights on. Go for the Lenovo Race of Champions at Misano. Who's got the lead on the run down to the first corner? Jari Montella's on the inside line. Nicolo Buliga just about holds the lead. Montella and Baldassarri side by side to the second part of the park chicane. Luka Tunovic and Josh Waters towards the back of the field for the German Championship, and Aussie Superbike. Surra's gone up to third position now at Rio, muscling his way in front of Jari Montella, so it's Buliga leading. Can he make it another victory in his amazing 2026? There's Marc Marquez coming from the 4th row of the grid. Marc is still down in 13th position on the opening lap. Look at Surra on the inside of Baldassarri, and the Moto Corsa Ducati rider from World Superbikes passes the Go 11 Ducati rider from World Superbikes and he's up into second place. Tramonto, Bagnaia is 5th. Pecco Bagnaia has made a good start. He's just up behind Jari Montella. Tommy Bridewell pushing really hard as we look through the heat haze. Tommy, former British Superbike champion of 2023, a stunning 5th place for him in World Superbikes in Aragon earlier on this year. And Tommy now is running just behind 2-time MotoGP World Champion Pecco Bagnaia. There's Tommy, number 46. Then it's Morbidelli, Ditchers right in behind him, the 2 highlighter like VR46, Ducati Panigale V4 Tricolores. Oh, careful with track limits, everybody, with that green paint on the outside of turn 15, down towards 16. Happy birthday again, 40 today for this man. Michele Pirro, but it's a brave effort for Michele with a broken collarbone after a practice crash here on Thursday. We get into lap 2 with 9 to go. There's Bridewell, look at that. Morbidelli and Didier absolutely locked together. At least they're the same colour in case they trade any paint. But Surra up ahead of Baldassarri and Pecco, all over the back of Montella. Oh, Fabio Di Giannantonio and his teammate. Careful, boys, it's only a celebrity race here at Misano this afternoon, but he's gone through. So Didier's up to 7th, Morbidelli's down into 8th place. Lucas Tulovic has made a fantastic start to the race. What an opening lap for him, and they're all over the place. Batista's having a go as well now. Alvaro Batista said he was going to take it easy, but I don't think he's going to be wanting to finish behind the likes of Lucas Tulovic and Hafiz Syrin, who are doing great things in their national championships, but two-time world champion Bautista is desperate to get through. Taz McKenzie is 12th. Now here's that moment at Rio. Oh dear. Fabio Di Giannantonio on the inside, Franco Morbidelli on the outside, and if they didn't touch, it was mighty close. The strain going through the Brembo braking system there, absolutely incredible. Surra is trying to close in on Niccolo Buniga at the front of the field. It's 0.5 of a second at the moment, as you can see on the graphics on the left-hand side, and it was down to 3/10 halfway around the lap. Let's see if Frankie can do anything now about Didier as we come through to the start of the 3rd lap of 10 here at Misano. Buniga leads, Surra is 2nd, Baldassarri is 3rd, Montella is 4th. It's like commentating on World Superbikes again. Pecco Bagnaia in 5th place. Pecco, though, is now just 4/10 behind Jari Montella. Look in the background. There, you just saw the front wheel of Pecco coming into the shot. Tommy Bridewell stood up there in 6th place with Lee Curry, the team boss of Superbike Advocates, watching on here this weekend, and he'll be absolutely delighted to see that. What a great start to the season it's been for the Advocates team, and for Tommy Bridewell, and for his crew chief Nick Shanley. Everybody involved there at Advocates, the Anglo-Australian team, have been superb so far in 2026, and so has this man Niccolo Buniga, leading this race, the 2015 Junior Moto3 World Champion, in a 4-rider finale in Valencia in the last race. And Niccolo famously won that title with just the one win to his name, but he was on the podium in pretty much all the races bar 1 or 2. Montella through the shot. Here comes Pecco Bagnaia. Well, the chance of Pecco went on for 2 or 3 minutes yesterday. Batista's name is falling down the order on the left-hand side of your screen. He was in 10th position. Has Bautista hit trouble? I think he's dropped to the back of the pack, so I'll keep an eye on that to see whether Alvaro's run off the track maybe somewhere in the middle part of the lap here at Misano. He's definitely fallen down to 16th, which is last. Pirro's gone through as well. 7 to go. This is lap 4, and Buniga sets another fastest lap of the race on a 1:34.5 in this Lenovo Race of Champions, just one day after the 100th birthday of Ducati, which dates back to 1926. But here in 2026, Buniga is looking to make it 26 wins in a row if you include his 25 in World Superbikes, and all 21 in an absolutely splendid season so far. He's been on pole position at every single World Superbike round. He's won the race in every single start in World Superbike. Pole position here, leading here, fastest lap here, and if he keeps it all together for another 6.5 laps, as he just skates and glides his way into Tremonto corner, it's going to be another victory. But yes, into the pit, that is Michele Pirro. He's suffering a great burnout of the rear Pirelli as well. That was a brave effort from Michele to go out there and put on the show, despite having a broken collarbone, and we wish him all the best on his 40th birthday. Well done, Michele Pirro. Hope the operation goes well on the collarbone later in the week. There he is with Gigi Dell'Igna. Bautista's pitted as well. Bautista has also pitted and retired from this race. Oh, you can see Michele Pirro's in a lot of pain, can't you? That was a really valiant effort there to make the start and go out there for the fans. Well done, Michele Pirro. Fantastic. In the meantime, Baldassarri trying to put some pressure on Alberto Surra. Surra and Balda have been pushing ridiculously hard all across the weekend. A lot of the MotoGP riders being sensible and taking it easy. But remember, the MotoGP riders aren't as used to these bikes. These are road-going bikes, essentially, with much softer suspension, different seat units, different riding position, and they behave very differently to the very stiff prototype MotoGP machines. Let's not forget the tyres as well. Michelin, of course, in MotoGP, Pirelli here, and in World Superbikes, and then we're going to switch around to 2027. Buliga using his left foot there as a berm almost, as a feeler, just to get a reference down into the La Quercia braking zone. He's currently leading 1.1 seconds. I'm interested to see if Balder there on the yellow bike can do anything about Surra in the closing stages. There's still half the race to go. There went Montella, Bagnaia. We'll have to see if Pecco starts attacking Montella in the closing stages. Tommy Bridewell is still pushing on in 6th place. Then the two luminous spikes, Morbidelli back in front of Fabio Di Gianantonio after that dramatic move from Digia earlier on in the race. Tulovic is going brilliantly in 9th position. There's Taz McKenzie right behind him. Hafiz Shirin, 6-time winner, all the races of the Asian Series so far this season. And here is the tired Marc Marquez. He's been through the wars, hasn't he, over the last few weeks. The greatest sporting comeback ever, quite possibly, Marc Marquez, with what he's achieved over the last few years. Bouncing back from that Jerez crash in 2020, making a return, admitting it was too soon, taking more time off, operation after operation after operation. A stunning 9th Grand Prix World title for him, and first with Ducati in 2025. And it was great actually to hear the rapturous round of applause that Marc received at the huge show that took place here on the circuit last night. We know there's no love lost with some of the Italian fans and Marc Marquez after his incidents with Mr. Rossi in previous years, but it's great to see there is a lot of love for Marc Marquez. Not as much as Pecco Bagnaia, I have to say, who's treated as a real superstar in this part of the world, but they love Marc Marquez as well, who brought the title back to Borgo Panigale last season. Just going through the YouTube comments here in the commentary box, we can see the messages coming in from all of you from all over the world and spreading the love for, I think, pretty much all the riders. So that is lovely to see, as Hafiz Shirin now on lap 6 passes Taron McKenzie. I've just seen that on the timing screen. So the Malaysian, and I know there's a lot of you watching in Malaysia and indeed in Indonesia for that matter, has just passed Taron McKenzie and is up into 10th position. There goes Buliga. Surra has been splendid so far this season in World Superbikes. Number 67, following in the footsteps of Shane Shaky Byrne in that sense, number 67, the 6-time British Superbike champion, and of course a World Superbike Couple winner as a wildcard with Shaky at Brands Hatch back in 2003. But Surra, he's still only 22. The rider who, like this man Pecco Bagnaia, is from Turin. Surra is the youngest rider on the grid here this afternoon, as opposed to Bautista, who now at the ripe old age of 41 is actually the oldest rider on the grid, a year or so older than Michele Pirro. Sending our best wishes as well to Alex Marquez and his Gresini teammate Fermin Aldeguer. They're not riding this weekend. Alex is here supporting all of the other riders, his brother in particular, of course, although they're both recovering, as we know, from incidents earlier on in the Grand Prix season. Alex in particular, that horrible crash in the Catalan Grand Prix at Barcelona when Pedro Acosta's bike broke down in front of him and he had nowhere to go. Congratulations also to Iker Lecuona and his wife Gemma, who's just given birth in the last few days to lovely little baby Luna, and that's why Iker is not here with us at Misano this weekend. If you are listening in Iker, we'll see you at Donington next weekend for World Superbikes. But enjoy the moment. Congratulations to both of you, mum and baby, 100% well, which is brilliant. Now, Taz Mac, this is something Taron McKenzie's never been able to say before. You've got Marc Marquez right behind you, to the 2021 British Superbike champion and former British Super Sport champion, Taron McKenzie. What's he going to do about the 9-time Grand Prix world champion, Marc Marquez? Marc, who celebrated his 100th Grand Prix victory, and in the same race, would you believe, Ducati's 100th Grand Prix victory at the Hungarian Grand Prix at Marathon Park earlier on this season. If Taron's watched the footage of the Lenovo Race of Champions from 2 years ago, the last edition we had, he'll know full well that Mark hit Buliger and took him off at the last corner. And even if you're fighting for 11th position, as they are here, there is no way Marc Marquez is going to go into the last lap of a race with a chance of passing somebody at the last corner without a late lunge. So I will be surprised, taking nothing away from Taz, if Marquez finishes behind him at the end of this race. But what an opportunity though for Taron McKenzie to be lapping with NM right behind you. Is Mark going to have a go? He pulls out of the slipstream down into the left-hander of Leclerc corner. Taron McKenzie, meet Marc Marquez, who comes through on lap 8 and moves up into 11th position. But Taz is not giving up, and that's one to dine out on, isn't it, Taz Mac? I'm sure you'll be telling Taylor and Neil and Jan, if you're watching back home, your man's just passed Marc Marquez. I never thought I'd be saying that. Taron McKenzie overtakes Marc Marquez and is back up into 11th position. This is great, great stuff. Michael Galinsky, of course, runs the team, the Sky Blue, Black and White team, the Optical Express sponsored MTM squad of Taron McKenzie, who started off brilliantly in Australia with that 4th place in World Superlights in race 2 at the start of the season. We're into the penultimate lap already. Time flies when you're having fun here at Misano. Buliger leads by 1.8 seconds, but is multiple Moto2 Grand Prix winner, former Red Bull Rookies champion and World Superbike podium man Lorenzo Baldassarri about to pass Surra. Surra made his debut in World Supersport last year as a super sub for the injured Jan and Ju, and even scored a podium finish, would you believe, into World Superbike so far this season. He's definitely a hard elbows out racer, is Surra, as Sam Lowe knows well after that collision they had caused by Surra at Most in the Czech Republic earlier on this season. Sam and Mark VDS, incidentally, the Mark VDS team are here, but Sam's taking the weekend off. He's with his family. There's been a lot of activity for Sam over the last few weeks, promotional events and goodness knows what else. So Sam's not racing here this weekend, but he will of course be in contention in front of his home crowd in the East Midlands at Donington next weekend. But look at Surra. Surra all over the green paint there on the outside, coming out of the Carbone and down towards this Caro hairpin. Slowest part of the track here at Misano, turn 14, where they're down to first gear on these road machines. About 40 miles an hour through there. This is the last corner where they're doing about 70 miles an hour. Back up the gearbox, accelerate down the start finish, and Buliger's over the line to start the last lap. Making notes there on the Aruba pit wall as though this were a serious World Championship race. Buliger leads, Surra is second. Lorenzo Baldassarri all over the back of his fellow Italian. Are we going to get a change on this last lap? Surra, 22 years old from Turin. Right behind him, Baldassarri, 29 years of age from San Severino Marche. It's going to be Moto Corsa versus Go 11. Montella is still 4. Pecco Bagnaia behind him is 5th. Tommy Bridewell is 6th for Morbidelli, Didier and Tulovic. Then it's Shireen from McKenzie, who's still got Marc Marquez right behind him. PJ Jacobson is in 13th position from Josh Waters. Bautista pulled into the pits earlier on, as did Michele Pirro. Great burnout though from Pirro, who put on that brave effort to go out there despite a broken collarbone. Okay, how's it going to pan out then on this last lap? We're going to have Superbike riders in the top 4 positions, but who's going to be second and who's going to be third? Because Lorenzo Baldassarri is definitely going to attack Surra. Surra will hope that his podium that he's about to achieve here, unless it goes wrong, will be the first of several this season. We've not yet seen him on the podium in World Superbikes, but Baldassarri all over the back of him now. Nicolo Buliger is just 1 corner away from victory here in the 2026 Lenovo Race of Champions. Surra is second. There is no lunge from Baldassarri, but down the road, Nicolo Buliger, he is a winning machine in 2026. Nico Buliger wins the 2026 Lenovo Race of Champions here at World Ducati Week on the 100th anniversary weekend of the Borgo Panigale factory. Surra is second, Baldassarri is third, then it's Montella, Bagnaia and Bridewell. Look in the background, Taron McKenzie does finish in front of Marc Marquez. Lovely wheelie there as well from the German Lukas Tulovic, number 3, 26-year-old in 9th place. But there is Camila girlfriend of Nicolo Bulega, and Tommy Raponi, his crew chief, Taz Davis was in the background there as well. Multiple World Superbike race winner. 5 times Taz has finished the second or third in the Superbike World Championship. But Nicolo Bulega, this is just incredible what he's doing in 2026. So if you include all those World Superbike wins, that's 26 successive wins now for Nicolo Bulega. Bauer will be pleased with that. I was getting a bit worried, I must be honest, on that last lap, that Baldassarri was going to have a desperate dive up the inside of Surra. We might have even seen Montella and Bagnaia ending up on the podium if that had happened. But thankfully, unlike last time, they all got to the end without any collisions. Although the VR46 riders did do a pretty good job of trying to take each other out earlier on in the race, when Didier started at the inside of Morbidelli into the right-hander at Rio Corner on lap 2. But there we are, they're pretty good mates actually, Didier and Bulega. Bulega, one of several riders who actually lives in the Principality of San Marino, along with Pecco Bagnaia, Stefano Manzi and others just up the road from here. You can see the special helmet design of Bulega that he also used for the World Superbike round here a few weeks ago, which is a pizzeria owned by some friends of his in Venice, and there's all sorts of waiters and waitresses on the crash helmet, as well as people from his team, his family. He's got his parents on there, his girlfriend, the pet dog is on there, would you believe, and even Federico Capelli, who is the press officer for the Ducati Aruba team in the Superbike World Championship. But that is incredible for Bulega. And thank you again to all of you for all of your messages and support coming in. I know the riders really do appreciate it, and when I was chatting with them on the stage here at the show last night, and whether you've been here at World Ducati Week or watching from afar, it's been brilliant to have you all as part of it. So thank you again from all of us at Ducati for that. Say goodbye to that particular rear Pirelli tyre of Jari Montella, who's just come through in 4th place. Pecco was right behind them at the end. Pecco was only 0.2 of a second behind Montella. And now a few riders, by the looks of things, are going to stop to burn out the tyres. There's Alberto Surra, Pecco on the right, and they're on the grass in the background as well. And those marks are going to be left on the tarmac of Misano for several weeks, I am quite sure. Yeah, like a tattoo, as Renee says to me here in the commentary box. And I must say a massive thanks to my good friend Renee Villier from Corner, who's been sat next to me for the race, doing all of the Italian translations. So Renee's been like my Rosetta Stone, basically, making me sound like I can understand Italian, which I'm sure you won't be surprised to hear today is not the case. Spanish maybe, Italian no. So very thanks to Renee, who will be off, of course, to the German Grand Prix next weekend at the Sachsenring before a deserved rest for the MotoGP summer break. Don't forget, World Superbike will be at Donington Park next weekend. Bulega wins then. There's a surprise. I'm used to saying Bulega wins in 2026 from Surra, Baldassarri and Montella. Superbike riders in the top 4. Pecco Bagnaia from everybody at Ducati, a massive, massive thanks. But there's still half a season to go, of course, in MotoGP. Tommy Bridwell will be very pleased with 6th place and getting to experience the likes of MotoGP riders around him on the track. And what a great little scrap that was to see Taron McKenzie and Mark Marquez overtaking each other. But Mark is a bit weary and tired, and he's being careful. There is no point risking an injury when you're trying to catch the likes of Jorge Martin, Marco Bezzecchi, Didier, and of course our most recent new Grand Prix winner, Ai Ogura. It is so close, isn't it? With just 40 points covering the top 5 at the moment in the MotoGP World Championship. And for the last time on a Ducati in the Race of Champions, although he will of course be back for the Grand Prix here at Misano for MotoGP, the San Marino Grand Prix on the weekend of the 12th and 13th of September. Pecco Bagnaia absolutely wrecked what's left of that Pirelli tyre down the start-finish straight, where incidentally all of the riders who have been involved in the event, including all of the legends, the likes of
Manigalementi, fa paura essere cos'è?
Now trying to get himself involved in the battle. is Ramatipa. Who's going to break the latest over in turn 6? Ramatipa on the outside. And well, gets one, or does he? And he swoops round the outside and holds position. Carpucci does get up to second in the meantime, just behind Zani.
Yeah, Carpucci on the move, as you say, up into second place, but Zani's still leading the way as it stands, but 6 laps to go, everything will change in this race for sure. Right on the inside of Carpucci, outside that, is he going to be able to make that one? Looks like no, he's not. Carpucci with some great defense on the outside.
Great defensive skills so far, coupled behind the riders. Checking who's there, how many riders are there? Well, the answer to that is half of the field. Samuel Gonzalez, keep your eye on him. The number 11 already involved in the blue scrap. The 24 looks up the inside on Carpucci. Carpucci got through over at turn 6, and now the Momoven rider has returned the favour. Zani continues to lead. Promise to me, and you'd imagine, Jaroslav Carpucci is going to be launching the move, launching that CM move on the inside over at turn 1, but not quite this time around. I think we're a little bit too far back. But as we're saying, keep your eye on David Gonzalez and on the 57 finally making the move.
Gonzalez actually up to P6 as Carpucci comes through on flanks moving to P2, and you can see number 8 of Bertola retiring from the grid. A shame for the Italian rider.
Starting from the back of the grid, now retiring into pit lane. Travis Gordon from Wheel into the open places there, and able to make the work so far for himself. But 5 laps in, and we're around half race distance, and already we've had so much drama. What does the final half have in store? We're 4 or 5 wide on the run to turn 6. Incredible stuff as Ramatipa slots himself into the podium places. Where did the 32 come from? Impressive stuff. Now ahead of Overrider, and then Singapore sits behind.
A brave move from Ramatipa there to move up the inside. It's Carpucci who leads the way ahead of Zani at the moment, but Blank is in second. Doesn't make the move outside line. Ramatipa in P3, and that is can't quite work out who that is, but it's a retirement now at turn 6 there, and it's Varga. Looks like he's dropping down the time screen.
Alan Circuit is getting dicey down here at turn 30. Somehow no contact there between anyone, and nobody running on the green so far. Zani all the way down to P8 in the last lap. Your race leader, 2 laps to go. He's struggling so far. He's really exposed on Liger back. And now the top 5 for the time being. Carpucci in P1, from Ramatipa in third, Gonzalez in P4, and Travis Gordon in fifth.
Yeah, or Zani rather, the big loser in that group. Just to note on Carlos Hanna, he's already into the point competition, up to P14 now, 6 seconds behind behind the leader. You would think it's a tough ask for him to catch up, but he is running around 8 tenths a second quicker, but with only 4 laps to go. It's unlikely he'll be in the P3.
Sullivan Manson side one just ahead of him out on the circuit. What can you do in getting the time around then the percentages of time? Junior, but back at the head of this race. Carpucci from P1 still. Gonzalez does run wide. He was in second, but that's going to allow Bourne through. That's going to allow Singapore through, and nearly Ramatipa through as well. One mistake, 2 positions on, showing how close this battle is.
Mistakes are costly in this class, especially in this battle where you've got the top 10 separated by less than a second. Da Costa at the back of this field. The perfect good win really for Da Costa to enjoy what's going on. But of course he'll want to get involved as well. Cano up to P12, and Carpucci now leads from Singapore, while Paul is in P3. David Gonzalez running in P4.
Yeah, one in P4 for the time being, but number 11 and hope the punch is done just yet. It's Singapore about to take the race lead. Yes, the 85 hits the front, or is it going to be David Gonzalez? They're side by side at turn 30. Who's going to get the better driver? It's going to be Singapore who leads the way from David Gonzalez. Bourne remains in second, or does he? And Jaroslav Carpucci looks up the inside towards for one. They're 3-1. Yes, again, how close do you like it? Carpucci does make P3.
Yeah, Calvert on the move back into the podium, facing Gonzalez in second. Fourth on the move, a late line on Calvert from fourth to move back into the podium places. A stunning move from the number 23.
Montillane there suffering issues at the final corner. A massive shame for him. Hopefully, he get that right out of the gravel trap. He was running on the crosses of the corner. And that will now hold the track 45 Stones out there. Right on the forward team. Onto the back straight that we will go yet again. Singapore is somewhat low for margin. Taking to the right hand side of the circuit to try and bridge the gap. Here's Carlos Cano. P11-4 in the P10 with the car. Too far back. Wait to find out. And we came all the way from P20.
It's been an incredible recovery right from Cano. He's 3.7 seconds behind teenage P10, running around 6 tenths a lap quicker on the best laps anyway. It's unlikely to think that he get into the top 10, but you never know.
Lead as well. Into this race as the championship leader. He was P21. Now will be P20 out of the circuit. But still not the position he wants to be in. Now wants to get another move. And one of the crowd right there. That's Nicholas dropping in. Next up to him is Molia. And take up a move inside of the track. Already John Donnelly himself has got Molia now. So good thing is John not yet actually.
The advantage is around 5 seconds from the point, or 4 seconds. That's going to be very difficult to make up with just 2 or 3 laps to go. So just to note, Travis Gordon P5 has been given a track limit warning. That's something to keep an eye out for.
It looks like as well, going for his first one here, that Gonzalez has just moved into the race lead. Now here is ladies and gentlemen, this moment to go. He's contained his one towards what is obviously a massive race in the championship, a bit championship swing as well. There is the likes of Leonardo Zani, ECh, and well, there's confirmation of Dan Gonzalez in the race lead, not for how long, because Singapore, Ramadica, and Car Pushing all want to move him back some places.
Everyone looking to challenge Gonzalez. It's a lead group of 6 or so now. The Momoven guys look like they were losing out. Singapore up the inside at turn 6 takes the lead of the race once again.
Hats off there, only one position gain was actually from number 11 after all of that scrapping. Okiwara as well is also involved in this fight too, as well got pushing. He's up the inside of Ramadipa, using contact between the two of them. Luckily, both of the steel look very, very clear and heavy from them. Towards turn 9, doing every build up towards turn 10. And then we're getting to the start of the race, but things are going to get very, very dicey, especially towards turn 13 in a few moments.
We are with 2 laps to go, or a lap and a few corners to go. It's now or never. Cano, as you can see, is closing in on this lead group. He's still around 2.6 seconds behind. It's going to be a lot to make up on that last lap. You would think P11 will probably be the best Cano can do as he heads into turn 13, and it's still Singapore who leads from Gonzalez.
Still at the moment, Singapore who leads the way. How is turn 1 going to change things? This is the final lap of action, the final lap of race 2, and the Moto3 Junior World Champions ends here at Jerez. The moment, guys, has to get a move on it. New corner time is going any hope of scoring a podium place. Gonzalez will be well, hits the front.
Gonzalez has hit the front ahead of Singapore. It looks like him and Singapore and Carpucci are just trying to build out a bit of a gap over Ramadipa, but we know that's going to come down between turns 5 and 6 on the long run into the Danny Pedrosa corner.
A 10 pit box for the Ascot guys and girls down there in pit lane. Now we head on to the back straight for the final time of asking who's going to come out on top after turn 6. Moves will be made here. That is a guarantee. Gonzalez enters it as the leader. Singapore is on the inside. Carpucci on the outside. And the Momoven rider Plankton's going down and taking out Ramadipa with him.
That's, very costly, obviously, for Ramadipa and Knight. Ramadipa gets the bike restarted, looks to rejoin the race, whether he'll be able to score points or not. Wait, remains to be seen. They look like Knight was out of the race. It's Carpucci on the inside of the number 97 from P2. That's Bray. He's wide, and it's Gonzalez who now leads from Carpucci.
Ogiwara looks like he's dealing about doing some motor cross, and he did well to sail towards that one. Now it's Gonzalez who leads the way. 2 corners remain after this one. Turn 12 and turn 13. Jorge Lorenzo corner. Who's going to come out on top? David Gonzalez now it's Carpuccia into the race lead. Now he uses the touchscreen all the way on the run to the line. Number 17 looks to be taking victory from David Gonzalez. Third place does go away. All traffic for the Aspar team. Absolutely delighted.
A great result for Carpuccia after an incredible race. But yeah, mixed emotions obviously for CF Moto Aspar given what happened to Cano and Bukiti, but a first win for Carpuccia this season.
This weekend continues to get better and better. Number 17 does take P1 and is victory here at JEREZ. David Gonzalez, a high five handshake for him, and well, do that race with me along to it. Might be an understatement.